happens to be the presenting partner for tonight. Good evening and welcome to the 15th edition of the Forbes India Leadership Awards.
15 years, that's long enough in Indian business cycles to see the full cycle, the boom years, the shock years, the reset years. And if you've been watching this list from the beginning, you know the names that hold on are the ones who simply did not ride the cycle. They shaped it.
That's right, Nigel. And tonight is a milestone edition of FILA. It's the 15th edition. The first FILA, in fact, was held in 2011 when India was a completely different economy, smaller, less connected, less ambitious in some ways, more certain in others. But what Forbes India has always tried to do is track the leaders who are building the next version of this country, not celebrate the version that we already have.
Well, this evening, you will hear from some of those leaders directly, not as speakers reading from a brief, but as participants in live conversations about what the market is actually doing right now. The AI opportunity, the capital reset, the entrepreneur who builds in India and sells to the world. These are not themes for the future. They are this year's agenda.
Now, the awards that you will witness tonight were decided by a jury of India's most notable business and investment minds following a rigorous multi-stage evaluation process. In fact, every winner on the stage tonight has earned the recognition. Thank you, jury, for the time, rigor, and judgment that you brought into this process.
Well, and before we begin, we would like to thank our presenting partner, Federal Bank, for anchoring FILA for the second year in a row and for understanding what it means to stand behind the recognition of genuine excellence. Thank you to our driven by partner, Kia Seltos, and associate partner, Reliance Industries Limited.
With that, welcome once again to the Forbes India Leadership Awards 2026. Thank you for being with us tonight. Now, I would like to welcome Forbes India editor Suveen Sinha to deliver the opening address. Suveen.
Hi, can you hear me? Thank you, Chandra and Nigel. Where have they gone? I was supposed to say all of that. You guys took my script. Anyway, so some of this might be a bit of a repetition. So good evening, ladies and gentlemen, to the 15th Forbes India Leadership Awards. We already have quite a constellation of stars here and more are coming. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for everyone here. Thank you, thank you. Some would say that this is not really a time for celebration. I know there is a war going on, more than one actually. And apparently there is a COVID-like situation arising. Nobody wants that. And if I can be allowed to be flippant for a second, there is a mad dash in weight loss drugs and fat lot of good that is going to do to all of us. But to plagiarize the most famous opening of a novel, this is probably not the best of times, but this is not the worst of times either, because these are the times when true leaders emerge. This is the time when all the years of training and education and case studies and PowerPoint presentations are tested against reality. We have people here among us who have done just that, who have been true leaders, who have delivered when it really, really mattered. You know, without naming, someone transformed a 75-year-old family business despite not having the family surname. Someone set up a successful startup which was completely against the conventional wisdom of startups. So instead of services, they did manufacturing and so on. Someone else moved a little away from a fabled family business to find their own identity. All these people are great people. They're also great leaders. And we have identified them through a rigorous process, which Chandra and Nigel also mentioned. It went on for months, driven by data, perception, and all the other things that are associated. And we put together a stellar jury because the jury is the bedrock of any such process. So we thank the jury, we congratulate the winners, and we thank everyone present here to be with us on our special day today. And we thank our partners, presenting partners, Federal Bank, driven by partners, Kia Seltos, and associate partners, Reliance Industries Limited. This certainly is not the worst of times. Let's celebrate. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Suvin, for setting the tone for the evening. And let's start with our first conversation.
I really like the way Subin summed it up. It's not the best of times, but it's not the worst of times either. Now, what follows is a conversation about the decisions being made right now in one of the most volatile business environments in recent memory. And Nigel, I often wonder how CEOs are coping with their blood pressure these days. We spend all our time tracking Trump's tweets for what's happening in the world.
Well, that's right. Everyone here tonight runs something, advises someone, or has capital in something. And every one of those positions is being tested by an external environment that is moving faster than most planning cycles can keep up with. US tariff policy rewritten in real time, supply chains rerouted in months, geopolitical fault lines sitting directly on top of business decisions. Disruption is not the risk anymore. It is the condition.
Or as tech founders would say, disruption is not a bug, but a feature in the times that we live in. But India sits at an interesting intersection in all of this, a potential beneficiary of the China plus one supply chain shift, but not automatically. That opportunity has to be captured, and that is exactly what this next conversation will be focusing on. The question tonight is how and what it actually takes to manage a business when volatility is no longer the exception, but the operating environment itself.
Well, to lead the conversation, Suvin, I'll have to invite you back on stage. And joining him are Mr. KVS Manian, the MD and CEO of Federal Bank, Mr. Rajiv Mimani, the Chairman and CEO, EY India, Mr. Satish Pai, the MD of Hindalco Industries, and Rahul Jain, India Head, Boston Consulting Group. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm welcome.
Hello. Yeah. Thanks. It's great to be here. Thank you, Mr. Memani, Mr. Manian, Rahul, Mr. Pai. It's a great panel we have put together, and like Chandra mentioned, it's a mix of people who do things, people who advise, people who finance, and the context. I think it decides itself, which is managing disruption, and there are two major disruptions going on. One, of course, is by the global situation, and the other is a technology-led disruption, and both I think are probably more. One more potent than the other. So let me start by asking Mr. Memani first that in this global situation, and things are changing so rapidly, and you advise CEOs and you advise organizations, as of today, when there is so much uncertainty, what would be your advice? Is this the time to revisit business models, revenue models, supply chains? And supply chain, I think it keeps coming up in every conversation these days. And Mr. Pai, it talks about risk management a lot. So let's start with, as of today, what would be your advice to CEOs?
Right now, we are not advising. Companies are busy and trying to act and figure out how do you deal with the present. But I can tell you what I'm observing. I don't think advising is the right word, but I would say what I'm observing companies do and how they're engaging uh, with their various stakeholders. The first, I would say it varies and fluctuates a lot from industry to industry. But given the question you've asked, I would say I'd probably address companies and organizations that are more impacted by the current geopolitical impact. I would say the first thing companies across are first trying to see are really testing, and they have tested, but they're really testing their supply chain uh, in a far more rigorous and robust way, assuming various scenarios, whether this goes for 15 days, 30 days, 45 days, 6 months, 8 months, whatever it is. And I think that probably is the most, and also short term, medium term, long term, what do they need to do? So I think that probably I would say is something that one is seeing. Also, in that particularly anything that has to do with energy or its derivative products, that flow from their petrochemicals, and some companies are also very keenly looking at trying to say that how can they ensure that their one is obviously pricing, which is very market determined, but availability of supply is becoming a big issue for a lot of those companies. So they are trying to see how they leverage their relationships, whether it's with the partners, vendors, suppliers, leveraging government policy to try and see how they navigate that. I think I would say that probably is the most important thing that we are seeing. Secondly, sort of broader risk management outside of supply chain, I think that's becoming more and more critical. To answer your question, I definitely do think what we have seen that has happened in the last 12 months, starting with, you could say, the India-Pakistan tariffs, uh, beginning of this year, what we saw through AI, various geopolitical conflicts, but the biggest one being the current one they are facing. I think companies who have done long-range planning are certainly trying to create more cushions in their capital allocation model. And they are testing their capital allocation models to see, if there were events that happen in any of these areas. So you would say energy, geopolitics, which are quite related, and technology and AI-related changes. Are they adequately prepared for that? Right. So I think that is another area that is there. And AI is a different subject completely. I won't touch on that. But I think prior to I would say what we saw dealing with tariffs, as that got settled, a lot of emphasis focus on AI with what happened at the beginning of the year. But right now, in the last 1 month, 3.5 weeks, I think this current issue has consumed a lot of time.
Yes, this seems to make the tariff situation look better, isn't it? Yeah. But you were talking about how long will this go on. So actually the problem is no one knows. According to some accounts, this war ended last year. Or it might end in 5 days from now, or it could go on. But that is going to affect many things, including the rupee. And like Rajiv talked about, the companies which do long-term planning. How do you do long-term planning? And Mr. Manian, because you finance organizations across sectors, and the rupee is of great concern. And again, which way it will go depends on how long the war goes. So how do you really, how do you do this now?
Like Rajiv mentioned, the narrative has changed 4 times in the last 1 year, right?
Actually, the narrative may have changed after we started this panel discussion.
Yeah, you never know. After we go out from here, the narrative is different.
Yes.
But on a serious note, I think I often tell my team that, my friend Amish here rates companies AA, AAA. So I have a concept of a AAA.
Yes.
And when I say AAA, I mean agile, astute, and agile. Agile, astute. The third will come to me. Okay. So basically, I think the concept of long-range planning is out of the window, right? I think you have to be prepared. You have to be agile. You have to keep changing your plans as the thing evolves, as the environment evolves. And therefore, I would say this is the time for agility. And you asked for rupee, what will happen to the rupee? just a comment on that. Of course, there must be economists here who understand it better. But at least I think overall, we are at a better starting point today than we have been at times of other crises. I mean, whether it is the forex reserve situation, the financial sector stability, corporate leverage, or many factors like that, or the general momentum in the economy. So I think we are at a better starting point here, and I am only assuming that here we have some wiggle room
Yes.
to manage this situation. For example, our current account deficit is at 0.8%,
Yes.
and I don't think even at 1.52, I don't think there is a panic button to be pressed. So I think there is enough wiggle room, and I am hopeful that the war will end in time, and this situation will play out a bit, and may get slightly worse. Yeah, will we be 7.5% growth rate? Maybe not, maybe 7, but 7 is not bad. So I am still of the view that there will be some method to this madness and not complete madness.
Yes, yes. No, 7 will also be quite good actually. And we do have a bit of a cushion, although one former deputy governor of RBI said that we need 1 trillion of reserves to be able to manage the currency. But let's see how this goes. But Rahul,
If
sorry.
it goes on for a year, you will need that much, but
We need that
I'm
much,
assuming
yes.
it doesn't.
Yes, yes. Rahul, so at BCG, you have a window to how organizations operate, and you have an insight into all the concerns as well. How do you see the situation panning out? All the things about, will it become more local for local? Will things need to, will supply chains be, will supply chains have to be reassessed, rejigged? Do you need to move closer to your market? Will regionalization increase? How do you see things developing from here?
So I think firstly, this is the at a macro level, we are seeing the reverse of globalization, and we are seeing the
Yes.
shift from efficiency to resilience. If you look at what the 2000s did for us, is everybody focused on highest efficiency. Let's buy from where is cheapest. Let's make where is cheapest. Let's get the lowest cost, right? And let's get as global as it gets, right? I think with the emerging geopolitical scenario where uh, relationships are bilaterally driven and not multilaterally driven, and things are very uncertain, what it has led, and it's not, while we are talking a lot about the recent war, this has been going on for the last 5 years. If you look at the first Trump era, and the tariffs started there, from there to COVID, and then the chip shortage, and then the Israel, the war in Russia war, and then now the Iran war, and in between all the barriers, right? All that has done is shifted the mind of people from solving from lowest cost to business continuity, to ensuring supply security, to ensuring contingency planning, to risk management and scenario based approach to
Yes.
business planning. And that's a pretty big shift, right? Nobody wants to have all eggs in one basket. Nobody wants to ensure one small thing can hurt, right? The other thing that therefore it has done is a very agile approach. I think Mr. Manian used the word agile. All planning is agile. Obviously India is blessed that our local markets are strong, right? And any Indian company sitting here, right, first wants to make its business plan on domestic demand, which given the strong tailwind of young population and demographic dividend is quite strong, right?
Yes.
Having said that, international markets offer a big opportunity for us, right? And I think with the FTAs, the way they are evolving, and the bilateral relationships, we will have enough markets where we'll have good window to supply from India and leverage our large manufacturing base. There will be markets which will create protectionist approaches, and we will need to be local there to serve. So it will not be one size fits all. It will vary based on what geography, what protectionist measures, and what kind of relationships we have, right?
Yes.
One other
Yes.
point I would add is also what we are doing is to, uh, given the need for resilience at even a country level, I think everything that we import, we want to localize to the extent that it makes sense, and that's important. Whether it is the renewable industry or the capital goods industry or the now the semiconductor electronics industry and defense also, I think that
Yes.
creates additional opportunities. So one would say yes, we are taking care of our own needs, but at the same time, it's a pretty dynamic world out there.
Yes, yes, yes. So just when we thought that countries' boundaries will disappear and capital and labor will flow freely, the opposite is going to happen in the reversal of globalization. But Mr. Pai, how does that affect you? What I heard somewhere else is that if you were to manufacture steel, right? It's not, I know, but if we were to,
Better
I'm
than
giving the
steel.
steel example because it is top of the mind for me, that to make it in India costs about half of what it costs to make it in the US. But someone is saying, come to US, invest here and make it here. So how does this reversal of globalization pan out for you? And as the CEO, how do you manage this situation where there are concerns, there could be hard decisions, but you have to take everyone along as well?
So I think that we have a big Indian business and a big international business. So the point that became very clear to us, and as Rahul was saying, this has been going on since 2000, 2019 when COVID started. So first thing that has become clear to us is that your supply chains have to be regional. So none of Hindalco or Novelis's supply chains go far beyond uh, the region that we work in, and we have tried to maintain that. The second thing that we have also realized is that, uh, as you said, risk management and business continuity are becoming very important. So for us, right from the COVID times, we looked at our critical, I mean, the way I look at it is if an aluminum smelter has to run or an aluminum rolling plant, what can stop our plant? And then we work backwards to say, okay, how can we build mitigation measures for that? So during COVID, none of our smelters stopped. And since any one of those crises, the first thing I tell our people is nothing will shut down. We have planned for this. So I think that from a management point of view, it is very important in these times not to show signs of wavering. This is not a time that you say, I'm going to change my strategy. It's not. You should have thought about this long before. And I think that in crisis like this, I actually look at it as an opportunity where people will say, should I be buying Hindalco or some other companies? So the differentiation also becomes clearer in a crisis.
Okay. But you wouldn't want the answer to be some other company, right?
I hope not.
But, you talk about risk management, Mr. Pai. Does it need to become more granular, more defined, more top of the mind for a CEO? And at the same time, you can't really fib your way, right? You can't tell your people that everything is fine because everything is not fine. So in your discussions at the management level, does risk management now become more important thing, more granular as well?
No, as I said, for us, we have been for the last 3 or 4 years, because of multiple shocks to the system, been focusing on that. And risk management now is not something that you do at a very high level to your audit committee. You have this standard slide and you show 10 things. No, I think that the risk register that we look at in Hindalco is at the plant level, there's a risk register. At the regional level, there's a risk register. And at the corporate level. So you have to be very granular and you have to have mitigation plans for each one of your risks, especially supply chain risk, transportation risk, customer risk, credit risk. All these now are, for us, a regular part of the way we operate. Because in these difficult times, big companies survive, but many of my smaller customers will run into cash problems because copper and aluminum is very expensive, working capital requirements are high. So I think these are some of the things that have now become what I call the normal way of working.
Right, right. And like you're saying, all this chaos after chaos has made us more resilient, including COVID. I thought the biggest benefit of COVID was that journalists can now work from home also. It taught us to do video conferencing and stuff, but there are concrete advantages for running operations also. But Rajiv, coming back to you, this is also a time when governments, and for governments, it's always a sensitive time, right? It can be tempting to splurge, to spend more to protect our citizens. But, Mr. Mehta is sitting there, he will probably punish governments that splurge. Mr. Mehta is there, yeah? His organization will punish the government if they spend more. They will say lack of fiscal discipline, your rating will go down. So what do we do then? How do we balance the demands of the time?
I think that's a hard question. I do want to respond though to what Mr. Manian said.
Yes.
I think India has very strong macroeconomic fundamentals, so I think that helps. But I think our current account deficit is something that we should watch out for very carefully. For the first 11 months, just our merchandise trade deficit was $330 billion. So I think 320, 330. So I think and if you actually go to the root cause of why all this disruption is happening, geopolitical, I think trade deficit and supply chain resilience are the core, if you actually say why this has happened.
Yes.
So for countries, and I would say I must credit this government, even through COVID and otherwise. And I think particularly what I'm seeing now, I think the response uh, was very quick. I think they set up committees which were across ministries, especially I would say the petroleum and in some of the manufacturing and mining and others, whatever the issues were on whether it was to do with individual households to corporates who are consuming some of these products or fertilizer or whatever else. I think the response has been almost on a daily basis and very agile. I think they, by instinct, if you look at it, I think this government, from a macroeconomic standpoint, is very prudent. And I think, yes, you have to be very careful that you don't let the ship sink. But I would say macroeconomic discipline has to be very important, and you have to make. Unfortunately, at many times, you have to make the hard choices. Good news is the fiscal deficit track record is good. There are still a lot of places where they can bring in money. As he rightly said, balance sheets right across are pretty strong. So I would say that uh, whilst, so for example, even if you look at the way the government did the gas allocation and what they were asking us every day, if you are doing 70% or 60% allocation to a manufacturing company, tell us if this will stop the company or they will operate at a lower level. If it will stop the company, then we'll think of reallocating gas.
Yes.
But if it's going to reduce this thing, then actually we need to, this is our prioritization list. Even when they are spending money, you will see them holding back some of the expenditure in other areas. And I think you can already see that. I think there are instructions there and everything. And even if you look at the entire budget making process over the last 4-5 years, there are always buffers in the budget making process.
Yes.
We always say that the tax revenues have not been properly provisioned, or some of the other streams, other incomes have not been there. And I think there's a natural sense of balancing that is there. But if this continues for a longer time, the fisc will definitely, to some extent,
Right.
get challenged. But till now, I think it still seems to be okay, and the government is handling this in a
Yes.
very agile.
This supply chain thing that you spoke about, it keeps coming up even before the session began in the networking lounge. I think everybody is concerned with the supply chain thing. Just want to tap Rahul for a minute about rejigging the supply chain before I come to you, Mr. Manian. And Mr. Pai, I would like to talk about technology and how it is changing your operations a little bit. But Rahul, what is really the way forward for supply chain management or remanagement, should we say? Will it be local for local, or how do you really see this thing evolving?
So I think there are multiple facets, right? First facet is, you have to go upstream and see where the core material comes from, right? And you saw what happened with the critical minerals, right? There are countries which are advantaged with some minerals, some which are not. You're seeing what is happening with oil right now and LPG, LNG right now. So it's very important that at a country level, our critical resources, which are important for business, excellence, execution, continuity, we have control on. Control does not mean we need to own in the country, but we have alliances, we have connects enough to walk through any crisis, right? Then as an individual level, right, as each company, you need to have created, as I think Mr. Pai mentioned, enough regional local supplies, because in today's world, it's hard for material to travel, right? You have to create multiple supplies, not single source of supply, right? You have to think through as much as you think about cost and vendor quality, you have to think of geopolitical considerations. You have to think of localization factors. Today, if you look at in most industries, there is a very strong push to localize not just the end product, but the entire value chain, because that's the only way job creation happens and true value addition happens. So
Yes.
if you take, for example, EMS as a space, right? We started to assemble the products here, but that's the start. Right now, we have to go upstream and get all the components and the chips and the PCBs and the fabs, everything get done here, right? And that's the way industries develop, and that's the way you will create enough jobs, enough supply security. But it needs time, and you need the
Right.
full ecosystem to develop, and not just one single point in time, right? If I go back to the Maruti movement in auto industry, one
Yes.
industry where we have good resilience, right? I think it is not just one company. It is a full ecosystem full of large companies, SMEs, financiers, suppliers, and the evolution. And that's how we need to, industry by industry,
Right.
think of building an ecosystem.
Yes, yes. Thanks, Rahul. Mr. Mani, in many ways, you provide the fuel that drives many organizations and industries. So when you do that, how do you make your assessments? And many of the things that Mr. Mani talked about and what Rahul is talking about, uh, those must be parameters when you assess where to put your money. So what are the things that you appreciate or reward in these matters?
No, I think when we look at, like I said earlier, today corporate India is in that sense, from leverage point of view, is in very good shape. So one thing it does is low leverage. What it does is it keeps the system safe, and for bankers to it makes it easier for bankers to lend. But having said that, I think it's key now when you assess corporates to see how what is the impact of these changes that happen to corporates, and the sensitivity to some of these variables which were earlier probably brushed aside. Now the relatively low probability high impact events, I think, have come more center stage in evaluation, right? And that's
Right.
what you need to see,
Right.
and that's what bankers do. Just coming to I would like to say a few
Yes.
things more on something that Rajiv was mentioning. I think what this has taught us, this situation has taught us, is the definition of sovereignty has changed, right? Earlier, sovereignty was about border security. Now it's about energy security, data security.
Yes.
There are many other factors which have come into play. And I think from policy perspective that you were asking, I think
Yes.
what countries need to work is how to improve sovereignty in multiple facets of sovereignty have come to light. And the
Yes.
policy has to really address going forward.
Indeed.
And we can't take some of these food security,
Definitely.
energy security, all this lightly.
Definitely, definitely.
And
Yeah.
the word I was
Yes.
missing, alert, agile, and astute is the
Alert, agile, and astute.
That is
Excellent.
out there.
That is the AAA. Mr. Mehta, the AAA rating gets redefined. I'm getting constant reminders to wrap this up, but very quickly, I can't wrap up before I turn to Mr. Pai, because a lot of people think that technological disruption is only disrupting the IT and tech industries, which is not true. We were talking the other day, and you said how your old factories required high school pass people, your new factories require engineers, and probably 1/10 of what you required earlier. But how do you see that the tech disruption panning out for a manufacturing sector like yours?
So I think in a manufacturing organization, what has happened is really the machine learning part of AI, not the Gen AI. The machine learning part has really started to take over the shop floors. So you do, as I said, before we used to run shop floors with maximum maybe ITI or high school. Today, most of our plants require 1/10 the people, maybe even less, and they have to be a minimum engineering degree because they are dealing with a very high degree of automation and digitalization. And that is what is changing the whole manufacturing business. And I think that what you're going to see is more productivity, better quality, which is what Indian manufacturing actually needs. But at the same time, the problem that we are seeing is that the structure of the organization has to now change to keep sync with the technology change that has happened. We don't need that many layers of management anymore. The organizations have to get flatter. Decision making is coming closer to the shop floor. And I think that there is a whole middle level management that at least I'm seeing that are like completely frightened about what's going to happen to their jobs because they have to get reskilled. So I think the technology, as it's coming in, is creating that anxiety among organizational structures. And we are going to go through a little bit of tough time to sort that out.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Pai. If we don't wrap this up now, some very bad things will happen to me tonight. So thank you all. This was a great discussion, lovely insights. Thank you all for being a part of this Forbes India Leadership Awards. Guys, a round of applause for our panelists.
Thank you very much, Suveen and speaker. Suveen, I can assure you that nothing bad will happen to you on this platform.
Well, thanks a lot, gentlemen. And now it's time we all have been waiting for. The Forbes India Leadership Awards, celebrating leadership that endures, built on decisions that stand the test of time. It's a platform that recognizes not just success, but the thinking and conviction behind it. Also, share your special moments from tonight using our hashtag FILA2026. And now to present the first honor in this segment, may I invite Kunal Shroff, the Managing Partner, Chris Capital, and re-invite on stage Mrs. Satish Pai, the MD, Hindalco Industries. Please welcome them with a round of applause.
Now, our first category tonight is Company of the Year, an honor that recognizes not just growth of the company, but structurally significant growth. Either it has crossed a milestone that reframes the business entirely, or it has made a strategic call that most analysts call premature and turned out to be exactly right. Sounds like a familiar story.
Well, indeed, telecom in India is a sector where holding your position takes more work than gaining it. The industry has gone from 16 players in 2015 to effectively 3 today. And among them, one company has emerged as a clear leader with a market capitalization of 11 lakh crore rupees. That is not an accident of geography or legacy. It is a result of a decade of decisions, most of them made under pressure.
The Forbes India Company of the Year 2026 goes to Bharti Airtel. We request Mr. Shomen Ray, Group CFO, Bharti Airtel, to please join us on stage. A huge round of applause.
Well, Mr. Ray, if I could request you for a quick comment. Congratulations, first of all, on the award. I just wanted a couple of comments for you. One, with regard to the data center opportunity, will that be the next leg of growth for a company like yours? Point number one. And point number two, what's giving you the confidence that ARPU will keep moving from here on?
Well, first of all, thank you for the award to the jury and to Forbes. Such recognition really instills faith in what we do and helps us strive for the excellence and doing better things, keeping customers at the heart of what we do. Coming to a question, I think data center is clearly something which is at the center of our plans, and not only of ours. With the recent changes in the Finance Act, I think India stands to gain significantly in building capacities of data center. Multiple things are converging, including the need for space, customized data center for AI workloads, and the like. At Bharti Airtel, we are certainly excited at this opportunity. We have announced one such association with an hyperscaler, and we expect to do a lot more. As far as ARPU is concerned, I think these are difficult times, and we do not know what will happen to inflation because of the things that was discussed by Rajiv and Suvin and others in the session before. We'll keep a close watch, but the return on telecom investments in India is low, and we believe that directionally it should go up and has to be driven through ARPU. Now, how much and when is something which we will plan as we go ahead.
Thanks a lot, sir. Appreciate
Thank
you
you.
joining in.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Congratulations, Mr. Ray, again. And moving on to our next award is for Regional Goliath, something that all of us would have eaten at some point. Well, to present the award, I'd like to invite Ritu Arora, Country Head Alliance Services India, and Rajiv Vimani, Chairman and CEO EY India. Please welcome them with a huge round of applause. I think we need to increase the energy levels of this room. A bigger round of applause, please.
Well, India's consumption story has always been told to you top down. What this category does differently is recognize that the real depth of the market lies elsewhere. It celebrates companies that dominate not by being everywhere, but by knowing their region better than everyone else.
Now, this is a company that began in a cinema canteen in Rajkot when the Virani brothers started trying their own wafers in 1974 simply because their supplier kept arriving late. That problem-solving instinct became the entire company. Today, it holds 65% of the organized snacks market across Gujarat, Maharashtra, and Rajasthan, and stands as India's third largest salty snack brand behind only Haldiram's and PepsiCo.
Well, this year's Forbes India Regional Goliath is Balaji Wafers. Please put your hands together. May I request Mr. Chandubai Virani, the founder and managing director of Balaji Wafers, to please join on stage.
Congratulations, Mr. Virani. Two quick questions आपके लिए. बालाजी वेफर्स का कोई IPO का plans है?
हाँ 2-3 years में आएगा.
और आजकल प्रोटीन का बहुत काफी चल रहा है, तो आप प्रोटीन कैटेगरी में क्या करने वाले हैं, मतलब नमकीन के अलावा?
मूंग दाल में प्रोटीन है, चना दाल में प्रोटीन है, गाठिया में प्रोटीन है, प्रोटीन सब में है, लेकिन हम नाश्ता बना रहे हैं, नाश्ता की तरह खाना है.
Wonderful, sir. Thank you very much and congratulations again.
Please put your hands together.
Indeed, protein in our everyday food, Indian food, desi food, not just the protein shakes that you drink every day, Nigel.
All right, our next category is the Promising Startup of the Year. And I'd like to invite Amish Mehta, the MD and CEO at CRISIL, and Namita Thapar, the Executive Director, MQ Pharma, to please present this award.
Well, we are going to have a shark on stage, but this category is for a startup at the most interesting point in its trajectory, past proof of concept, past first funding crisis, past the question of whether the product is real, but still early enough that the big strategic bets are being made right now.
Well, a company founded just last year by two brothers with a simple idea to use AI to turn a plain language description into a fully functional application without the need for an engineering team. Within months of launch, we had SoftBank and Khosla Ventures led a funding round that tripled the company's valuation. Today, the platform has users in over 190 countries. For a company that is barely a year old, that's a remarkable statement about both the product and the moment.
The Forbes India Promising Startup 2026, powered by Federal Bank, goes to Emergent. Please welcome Mukund Jha, founder and CEO, Emergent, on stage. I don't think I've ever seen Mukund Jha in a blazer, but that's what the Forbes India Leadership Award does. Okay,
Yes.
bought just for this. So we take note, he's spent on a blazer just for this. But quick question for everyone in the room. How many CEOs here have tried vibe coding? Okay. Expectedly, Piyush, Harsh. How are you going to convert, if I have to give you a 20-second pitch, how are you going to convert CEOs here to take up vibe coding on emerging?
I mean, I think by end of the year, all the software you're using will be white coded. So I think it's good to start now.
Start now. Thank you. On that note, congratulations, Mukund. We now come to the first Forbes India Icon of Excellence of the evening. To present this honor, may I invite Anisha, Group CEO and Managing Director, Mahindra Group, and Amit Chandra, Chairperson, Bain Capital India, to join us on stage.
Please put your hands together. The Forbes India Icon of Excellence is a category the jury reserves for someone whose contribution adds up to something larger than any single achievement. Consistency over time, influence that extends beyond the immediate industry. The ability to keep reinventing, keep risking, and keep showing up to a level that most people in the position would not.
Well, our winner is someone who I've grown up watching, I would say, in the last decade. From Guru to Yuva to Manmarzia to I Want to Talk to Kalidar Lapata to Dasvi, a filmography that spans genres most actor would not attempt in a single career. Beyond cinema, a strategic foray into sport, building teams across disciplines and taking that ambition onto the global stage. And in recent years, a deliberate move to the other side of the camera, backing projects across platforms, navigating the shift to OTT, and producing projects with a commercial logic and creative conviction that are entirely his own.
Ladies and gentlemen, someone I've known for very long and one of the nicest people I've ever met, the Forbes India Icon of Excellence 2026 is Abhishek Bachchan. Please welcome Abhishek Bachchan with a round of applause.
I think we can do better than that, Mumbai. The jury is recognizing tonight is not the name or the legacy, it's the body of work chosen and the enterprise being built around it. Congratulations, Abhishek. Thank you, Mr. Shah and Mr. Chandra, for doing the honors.
Abhishek, if I could request you to join in for a quick chat. Thanks for that. Well, Abhishek, you have won, various film awards. This is the Forbes Award. How different is it? How exciting is it? I hope it's that bit more exciting.
Well, first and foremost, good evening, everyone. Thank you. I'm very humbled. Don't be fooled by the color of my beard. I'm not that old. All right. Well, the last time I came to a Forbes function was, I think, a couple of years ago, which was for, I think, the best of 30 under 30. I still don't consider myself anywhere near the best. I'm definitely not under 30. So at least it's nice to be more age appropriate this time. Thank you very much. And yes, it's the first from Forbes. And I hope I can be of qualification for many more in the future. This is a magazine I've read for a very, very long time, from my school days when I've grown up reading Forbes as well. So
you're not going to let me go for that,
no, I'm
right?
not going to let you go.
That I grew up watching you.
The one thing you don't talk to an actor about is their age. It's not just the women. So I'm very flattered, and but I'm so happy that I'm getting it from you.
Well, Abhishek, I can't let you go at that. Chandra spoke about the variety of films, serials, etc. that you've done in the past, but the upcoming one is the one that I'm most excited about. And I hope it's going to be a big success. That's Raja Shivaji. Tell us a little bit about that role out there. Marathi film, Raja Shivaji, May 1st, it's going to be hitting the cinema halls.
Well, no points for guessing why he's excited about the film. It's made by his brother-in-law and produced by his sister. So yeah, he has to say that. But, but it's my first ever Marathi film. And Ritesh, who I consider to be my little brother, has been dreaming about this from actually the first time that I ever met him about 25 years ago in Latur. I was shooting there for a film of mine called Zameen, and Ritesh was just coming into the film industry, and he came to hang out with Ajay Devgan and I, who were shooting, and that's where our friendship began. And then we've gone on to collaborate on several films. But I remember one evening we had gone over to their house, to Amit and Ritesh's place, and I had made some amazing food for us. And I loved the thetsa that she makes. And we were talking about it, and I said, do you want to just be an actor? What else? He said, well, my dream is I'd love to direct, which I thought was very audacious for a newcomer of a director at such a young age. And I said, okay, what kind of film would you like to make? And he said, my dream is to make a film on Shivaji. And so this is a dream he's harbored and worked on for several years. I mean, I remember times when he used to grow his hair and grow his beard to see, do I look like it, do I not? And finally, last year, he came to me, he said, we're doing it. And I said, so what am I going to get to do in it? And he was very kind enough to think me worthy of being cast in the film. The trailer has just come out. It released a couple of days ago. It's got wonderful, wonderful reactions. It's releasing on the 1st of May. I'm so excited for him because I've seen a bit of the film, and he's made arguably the most ambitious Marathi film made till date. And I have no doubt, with the kind of director that he is, which he's already proved in his last film, that he's going to do something which is going to become a cornerstone for Marathi cinema. And I'm so, so happy for him, so happy to be a part of it, being part of telling the story. And I hope everybody likes the film, because I really think it's going to be a seminal moment for Marathi cinema.
All right, Abhishek, congratulations on the award and all the best of the film as well.
Abhishek, looking forward to your movie. I'm going to request you to stay back on stage. And I'd like to invite Forbes India's Naini Thakkar to take this conversation forward with Abhishek Bachchan.
Wow. Thank you so much, Abhishek, for being here, and congratulations on being an icon of excellence.
Thank you.
Yes.
It's a bit embarrassing. But
Why?
these names I find very, I mean, seeing the luminaries in this room today, I feel I don't think I've really earned anything of it, but I will try.
Absolutely not. You're an icon.
We'll work in reverse. I've got the award and I'll try and live up to it.
That's well put. You had a lovely conversation around a film that you're doing. So, and of course, you've had a phenomenal career. But I think what stands out for me when I look at your career, is the fact that you've sort of been a path breaker when it comes to some choices that you've made across, not just films, everything, I feel. Where does that appetite for trying something new sort of come from? If you can reflect back on your journey just a little bit.
It comes from the inspiration in this room, and I see the wonderful variety of work that everybody does, and I see what all they achieve and create, and I feel very enamored. I feel inspired, because I feel here I am, 25 years, I'm in the family business. Parents have been in the business for 55 years plus. We should do other stuff as well. I get inspired from all of them, the way they work, on what they work. And I just feel that I probably get very bored being unidimensional. I like the challenge. I enjoy variety. I think that reflects in maybe some of the films that I've chosen to do.
Yes.
I like to push the boundaries. I like to take risks. And but it all starts from, does your heart lie in what you want to do?
Very true.
And so I think maybe just my impatience has pushed me to do this. Everything I've done in life starts with film and movies. And we grow up watching wonderful movies. We grow up watching, Amitabh Bachchan bring an ambulance to a fight in Trishul for the people he's going to be beating up. And you get inspired by that, not to go take an ambulance and beat up people, but just the audacity of what the man wanted to do. And a scene that left an indelible mark in my heart was in a movie he did called Diwar, where he buys this one building And the person who sold him the building says, I'm sorry, I have to tell you, you're a very bad businessman. And you've paid, in those days, in the 70s, lakhs was a lot of rupees. And he said, you've paid several lakhs above what I would have sold for.
Yeah.
And my dad's reaction was, actually, you're the bad businessman, because had you asked for even 10 lakhs more, I would have paid it, because there's an emotional connect. My mother helped build this building, and I promised myself when she used to be a construction worker that one day I'd buy this building for her. What that taught me was that there was an emotion behind the business. It wasn't just about the balance sheet. And that really formed an integral part of my decision making to do what I do. If your heart isn't in it, then what's the point of doing it?
Absolutely. Was that also the thought behind, the jump towards OTT as well? Because, I mean, when you made your debut on OTT, it was a time when not too many mainstream actors were, taking that risk. Is that was that the same thought process?
Maybe not entirely. Yeah, I was one of the first film actors that went on to do a series on OTT. I did a series called Breathe on Amazon, and it did very, very well for them, thankfully. For me, at that point, it was exciting creatively. I believe that the approach to film and OTT is very, very different. The writing process is very different. I think OTT, because it's a longer format where you have several episodes. When I did Breathe It, there were 1-hour episodes. First season was 12 episodes. So you have 12 hours to tell a story. In film, you get an average of 2.5 to 3 hours to tell your story in entirety, achieve poetic justice, finish your character arc, and be able to convince the audience of what your character should be doing. 2.5 hours as opposed to 12 hours. So you can really deep dive into the nuances of a character. So that's what excited me about OTT, where I was getting a longer format where I could maybe take some more time with my character and work on that. So that excited me. Plus, that was the new horizon to conquer, right? And I thought that that's going to be beneficial in the future. So why not try it? It didn't really make a difference that others weren't doing it. It was just something that excited me. And then obviously the pandemic happened and OTT went through the roof. But luckily by then you were already an established force. I did 4 films on OTT, which were made for theaters, but had to release directly there. So it just went from there.
Yeah, fantastic. I'm going to steer towards more Forbes territory now, and look at you as an investor. You invested in platforms like Swiggy and Zepto way before quick commerce became such a big deal. What did you see that maybe lots of others missed?
You're not going to like my answer.
No, that's fine.
It's not
I'm
very
sure
Forbes.
That's fine.
I've said this before. They got me my missile power on time, so that was why. It was very simple. I enjoyed using the product. It benefited me in my day-to-day life and made my life a lot easier, which is what a lot of you are doing so wonderfully. They're making life so convenient for us. And that's literally why I really liked it. So I said, hey guys, can I be involved in any which way? And they were kind enough to allow me to.
How nice. Are you also someone who, follows your gut when it comes to such decisions and doesn't look at spreadsheets and numbers as much?
Absolutely. Like I said, in your first question, I'm somebody who believes that if your heart isn't into it, then it doesn't matter if the balance sheet and the spreadsheets are great. I'm not going to be invested in it emotionally. For me, maybe being an actor or being a creative person, that emotionality makes a big difference. I'm not able to alienate myself and just be very cutthroat business about it. So for me, it's always been my gut.
But it's quite a big risk also, right? Do you look for a little bit in terms of the returns on investment as well?
No risk, no reward. I mean, you got better examples sitting here.
Absolutely. Another very interesting thing was when it comes to sports and owning a lot of teams. Jaipur Pink Panthers is doing phenomenally well. There's Chennai FC. Tell us a little bit before that. Again, this was, sports entrepreneurship is something that you again jumped into very early on. What gave you the confidence? Was it just passion for sports?
Yeah, just passion. I've been a keen sportsman in my younger days. I'm sure your host will be happier to hear that. But I always wanted to do something with sports in India.
Okay.
I spent a sizable amount of my childhood in Europe in boarding school,
Hmm.
where there was a thriving infrastructure for school and collegiate sports. And I really felt that we had huge talent. And it actually, I always wanted to, once I became an actor, I said, okay, first let me establish myself as an actor. Let me get some financial freedom.
Okay.
That maybe I can start looking at different horizons. Sports was always one of them because that's something that I loved playing and I wanted to do something with and help in some kind of way. But the final push was actually given to me by Mr. Sepp Blatter, who was the then very controversial chairman of FIFA.
Okay.
At the World Cup in Rio. We happened to be having a meal together, and his opening statement to me, I thought was, I mean, it hurt. He said, at that point in time, 1.2 billion people, you can't put 11 boys on a pitch. And I was like, wow, that's harsh, but it was true.
Yeah.
You know, at that point in time, second largest population in the world, and we haven't qualified for the World Cup. And I said, hey, you know, we should do something about this, you know, and everything starts with, in my opinion, in sports, with infrastructure. To reference a very famous film that I hope you all have seen, I did when I was growing up, called Field of Dreams with Kevin Costner. It's a wonderful film, inspirational. He's a huge basketball fan, and there's a very famous line which a lot of actors quote, in which they say, if you build it, they will come. So my whole thing was, you need to improve the infrastructure. We need to invest in these sports.
Yeah.
We need to, at that point of time in India, sports wasn't really a viable career option.
Yes.
It's still considered khelkud.
Yeah.
I wanted to change that thought process to prove that, yes, you can make this into a viable career. But for that, there has to be investment. Corporations have to get involved to show that there is a long-term plan. This is something that you can earn money as an athlete and make a career out of. And then once you are done playing, you can further that by getting back into the sport in a different capacity. So that's when we came back, and Mr. Anand Mahindra was kind enough to reach out to me one day. I have huge admiration for him. He's just absolutely brilliant. And we always talk about basketball, which is actually my first love.
Wow.
And he came and said, hey, you know, I know you're into basketball, but have you ever thought about kabaddi? So I said, yeah, my dad had taught me kabaddi when I was a kid, but what do you mean? He's like, no, we're starting a professional league. Would you like to buy a team? So I was like, that's a bit left field. Okay, let me think about it. And I went back to my team and we did a bit of research. I went to see a local tournament happening just behind my house, about 100, 200 meters from my house. It was in a chawl. They were playing on the mud, and there were at least 10,000 people watching.
Wow.
And that just blew me away. And I said,
Yeah.
here's a sport that just doesn't have the spotlight on it.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly what the Pro Kabaddi League did. And today it's the second most watched tournament in India after the IPL.
Amazing.
It's
Amazing.
huge. And
That's a
it's our
massive
sport. It's indigenous. It's a great sport.
Yeah.
Football, having gone to a British boarding school, is something that was part of your blood.
Yeah.
And then the ISL came about.
Yes.
And me and my co-founder, Vita, we invested in the Chennai team, named it Chennai NFC. We won the cup twice. It's very, very rewarding. And I think what we've realized is, if you put in the money, that thought process, it changes. I mean, I think of my kabaddi players, and I remember in season 1, when we had the first ever auction, the then captain of India, Rakesh Kumar, who's a legend of the sport, was very emotional after he was bought by the Patna Pirates. And he was bought for a princely sum of 11 lakhs.
Wow.
And he had tears in his eyes because he said, I've never seen so many zeros in my life. And
Extraordinary.
last season, the most expensive player in the Pro Kabaddi League was sold for almost 3 crores. That's the scale these guys went up in. They're huge celebrities. They have Instagram followers which are million plus. They have fan clubs. They appear on covers of GQ. It's fantastic to see that growth, and it just gives you confidence to say that, okay, if you believe in a project and you invest in it strategically, and you're not just throwing money at things unnecessarily. I mean, you're trying to avoid as much risk as possible. If you believe in the product, it can do well. And I think India and its journey with sports is in the ascendancy because people are believing in it, people are investing. I mean, we have great athletes like Neeraj Chopra and all. See what wonderful stuff they're doing. That's because they're getting that kind of funding. So I do believe that sports is not just a risk or a fad, but it's something that you can be a huge agent of change for.
Is that also one of the reasons why you did not want to invest in the IPL, for instance?
You know, very interesting. I don't know anybody who doesn't like the IPL. I think it's the ultimate in sport attainment. I would have
100%.
loved to be involved in it, but I didn't know at that point of time. First of all, when it started, to be very honest, it was just too expensive. I mean, I was a fledgling actor. My movies had just started doing well. I started earning some decent money. It was out of my budget, very honestly. But more importantly, I didn't know what I could contribute.
Right.
Cricket infrastructure, BCCI does a wonderful job.
Yes.
So what could I bring to the sport? What could I bring to the table? I'm not somebody who's happy going, sitting in the stands and waving hands. Oh, dekho star aa gaya. No, I'm not that. If you've seen me at any of my matches, I'm very involved. I like to get, I mean, for my teams, I've just come back from Chennai. We were playing day before yesterday. You know, I sit with the boys. I live with them. I train with them if I can. I actually approve what they're going to be eating every day. I micromanage everything. That's the way I like to work. In cricket, I didn't know how I could contribute to that because I wasn't as well versed then with cricket as I am now. I was better versed with other sports, and I didn't know how I could be of any assistance. I don't know. Never say never. Let's see in the future if something happens. But at that point of time, I don't think I was qualified to be able to do anything.
Fair enough. Abhishek, I would love to keep chatting with you, but in the interest of time, I'm going to have to wrap this up. Just
We
one
have
last
40
thing.
seconds left, yeah.
Correct. That's for me to
I
finish
feel
the
like
question.
I'm giving my Oscar speech right now. The music is going to start and they're going to throw me off.
Not at all. You know, when it comes to, you know, we have a whole lot of leaders sitting right here. As someone who works, you know, very closely from the investment side of things with films across, what is some advice that you'd like to give leaders, especially in times like today, like Suveen was mentioning earlier today? It's so uncertain.
What advice would I like to
Yes.
give? No, I'd like to hear advice from them.
No, I am sure you have
I'm
some,
the junior in the room
some
right now.
learnings that you'd like to
no,
share.
No, not at all. I'd love to. You know, the one question I'd love to always ask is, what keeps you motivated every day? Because I think that's something we all stagnate after a while. You have a dream, you feel strongly about it, but that euphoria kind of dies down. How do you have that zest to keep going? And in any field in life, it's something I've always, see, success and failure is all part of life. You're never going to know success if you've never been through failure. You're only going to rise once you fall.
Yeah.
So be comfortable falling, provided you're willing to do what it takes to rise after that. So that's fine. But the thing is to stay motivated. And I see some of the people and the brilliant work. Huge fan, by the way. Huge fan.
He also believes in exactly what you believe, by the way. He
But
does not.
It's just that.
He
How do
believes
you,
in
and
intuitive
once you've
leadership.
achieved what you want to achieve, which all of you have, then how do you pivot and go on to what next? How do you think of what to do, what next? And
Absolutely.
I think they have amazing minds and they're the future. And I'd love to ask them. I'd love to pick their brains. But
Please do.
We're out of time. So.
Yes, thank you so much for this, Abhishek. Thank you for
My
joining
pleasure.
us today. This
Thank you
was
for having me.
wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Abhishek, still your biggest fan. Irrespective of whether I grew up watching you or not, and I especially loved your performance in Breathe. It was very scary, but also very effective.
Thanks a lot, Abhishek, and thanks, Nani. Thank you so much.
Well, we shift now from the pressure of boardrooms to very different kind of pressure, the kind that comes from standing in front of a camera, in front of an audience, in front of a career that the whole country is watching and judging, and doing it for 30 years without losing what made you worth watching in the first place.
Well, to lead this conversation, please welcome on stage Kunal Purandare. Our guest this evening made her mark in 1998 with Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, and what followed was not a straight line. It was a career of deliberate, sometimes uncomfortable choices. Black, a performance that had no precedent in Hindi cinema, to No One Killed Jessica. Hitchki, to Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway. And this year, Mardani 3. The career has never settled. It kept moving, kept asking more of itself, and kept finding new audiences at every turn. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Rani Mukherjee.
What we want to understand tonight is the thinking behind this wonderful journey, the choices, the risks, and what 3 decades of being at the center of Indian cinema actually teaches you about the craft, the industry, and yourself. A huge round of applause, please, for Rani Mukherjee.
Rani, welcome to the Forbes India Leadership Awards.
Thank you, Kunal. Thank you.
We could not have chosen a better time to speak. You recently won your first national award for Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway, something that many believed should have happened years ago. You delivered your first hit in Mardani 3 for this year, a franchise that you owned and how. And you completed 30 years in the Hindi film industry. Quite remarkable. How do you look back at this journey, incredible journey?
I think the journey that I've taken for last 30 years, I've literally grown up with my family, which is the cinema family. Right from being a teenager to now being a mom. I think I've seen every decade that I've passed through, the last three decades, seen so many wonderful directors, producers come and say such wonderful stories. Seen so many of my colleagues, work so hard and give their best performances, inspired me as well. So many of the technicians, who have given their soul, their sweat, their blood to the films that we do. But obviously, when the film comes to the audience, you don't get to see their hard work. They are not mentioned that much. So when I think of my journey, the first thing that comes to my head is all those various people who were there with me right from the beginning, who were part of my journey, who helped me excel. So for me, those are the memories that I have of my last 30 years. I have memories of my films doing well, memories of my films not doing well, memories of all the support that I have got through the years, from friends, family, fans, media, journalists, my peers. So yeah, it feels it feels wonderful to be in a industry where there's so much love that you get. Sometimes even more than sometimes some people might think that we deserve. But our fans love us unconditionally. They make us part of their family. So yeah, it's just wonderful to be in an industry like this, an industry that I didn't choose, a career that I didn't choose, but I was accidentally made part of, and then I completely fell in love with it.
You've been a bankable star for 3 decades now, and you're giving successful films without a male lead even now. It's quite rare for an actress to stay on top of a game for so long and survive in this industry, which is still male dominated. And you've broken quite a few myths associated with actresses along the way, whether it's them having a shorter shelf life or not headlining films, post motherhood and marriage. What does it take to carve a niche as a dependable actor and have this kind of stardom and longevity?
I think it's also the kind of stories that you want to tell. It's also the characters that you want to play, which are more authentic. Characters that come out very real and authentic to the audience. Something that they want to come and watch. Stories that are compelling enough for them to come to the theaters. Choosing scripts which are all heart rather than calculation. So I think those are very, very important to basically have this longevity that you talk about And of course, with each decade, the audience changing, because I think the audience that saw me as a Kuch Kuch Hota Hai girl, they also grew up with me. So with each decade, I've had people grow up with me, an audience changing. So an audience, getting more and more, I would say, exposed to world cinema, global cinema, and seeing that how actresses out there also work without having the shelf life being spoken about. So even people, when they see actors abroad, they do the same. So I think they've started to accept people for their craft rather than what's happening in their personal life. So I think it's all about craft now. It's all about what you do on the screen rather than what you're up to in your personal space.
You spoke about it being all about the craft. You brought a lot of freshness on screen when you started off with films like Kuch Kuch Hota Hai and Gulam. And then, of course, you went on to do an array of author-backed, complex, diverse roles across genres, whether it was Satya, Black, Hitchki. Now we see you're pushing women's issues through your films as well. Is that deliberate? Is that a conscious effort?
I don't think it's deliberate or it's a conscious effort, but I think, as I told you, that I've grown up in the cinema. So I think with each passing decade, I've also grown from a girl to a woman. Also, my priorities have changed. So I think the choice of films or the choice of scripts reflect that reflect the person I've become or the woman that I've become. And the changes could be my becoming a mom, could be changes in me, um, growing up, and there are certain issues that probably um, are more important to me today than probably it was maybe 20 years back. Maybe I wasn't thinking about those things as much as I'm thinking about those things today. So it's about what you kind of relate with at a particular age in your life. So yeah, so it's not like conscious, but I think it's subconscious in a way.
Okay, but in this age of alpha males on screen, you successfully led a female cop franchise. Mardani 3, the third installment, was the biggest hit in the franchise. You really broken the proverbial glass ceiling with your choices, with your offbeat roles. Is this something that you plan to continue doing ahead? What is the intent, and what is the impact of the representation of women on screen with such films?
I think what's very important for me is that I've never chased any trend. I've never chased any, like, when you're supposed to do a certain thing at a supposed time. I've always reacted with my heart towards any script that comes to me, whether it was Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway or Mardani or Hitchki. For me, it's not about what's going to happen when the film releases and how many crores it's going to make. I think it's more about me wanting to win the audience's heart. It's more about me wanting to make a difference with a storytelling or a story that I want to tell the audience, which I think is very important. Um, and it's something that I've always believed in, the honesty of the story that I want to tell, and with utmost honesty. There's nothing crafty in that. There is no manipulation that there should be a song that should come in, or there should be this, or there should be that. I think stay true to the storytelling, stay true to the genre, and I've always been confident that when you say something with sincerity and honesty, that honesty reflects on the audience as well, and the audience can read it. They can read the vibe, they can sense the vibe, and I think that's how they come in and watch the film, because that's what is most important. And representation of women in cinema is a huge responsibility. And I think all of us, not only me, there are a lot of my peers, a lot of my peers who are doing that continuously. And we all are trying to shape the language of Indian cinema, or the representation of women in Indian cinema beautifully, with different roles, different characters, and strong characters, whether it's in cinema, whether it's on the OTT platform. I think everybody's getting, equal opportunities and really exciting opportunities to portray women from different walks of life and show their powerful side.
Tell us about your craft. How has it evolved over the years? How do you build the characters that you play on screen?
I think for me, it's important for me to relate with the character that I'm playing. As a woman that I am, and as a girl, as a person, I think my personal experiences, my rights and wrongs, my what I feel is good or evil, my the path that I've chosen in my life, the way I've chose to live my life. I think these are all the impressions that kind of mix when I'm reading a script or a character, and when I get inspired by the character myself, and if I'm really pulled towards the character, and I feel that this is the character I want the audience to watch, because this is the story of this woman who's so stunning and so strong and so courageous, um, and that excites me. When I feel that this woman, um, this is what she's doing day in and day out, and this is a story that needs to be told about her. And when I'm inspired, I think I automatically start emoting naturally, and that character and me kind of become one. Like we kind of become an amalgamation, like the soul kind of emerges and becomes one of the character and of me as Rani.
Rani, you're an extremely emotional person and someone who deeply values personal relations. Do your personal values and sensitive core shape your performances as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the women in the audience will agree. I think as women, at every stage of our lives, we are always evolving, from a daughter to a sister to a friend to a wife to a mother to a grandmother. I think it's aunt. We're constantly evolving, and the relationships that we make throughout our lives, I think they impact us in different ways. There are certain things we take from our relationships, we learn from them. There are certain things that we teach in a way which is not intended, but it happens because of the way we are with each other. So I think those, like, to be an empath, to actually have empathy for, um, you know, uh, emotions, I think that really helps in the craft, because you can't really feel the same emotion that the character is feeling, but somewhere we have to connect some other emotion that we must have felt, and we kind of amalgamate it in the scene. So to an audience, it looks like we are emoting uh, exactly what the character is feeling at that point of time.
You're known to push the boundaries of excellence with your performances, but is there a role which has tested you the most, either physically or emotionally?
Um, I think Devika from Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway and Hitchki Nana Mathur. I think both those characters, and of course Black. I can't forget Black. I think these three characters have been very, very inspiring for me, to actually know them so close, and to know about them, and the struggles that they went through personally in their lives, and the battles that they've had to face day in and day out, whether it was Nena Mathur dealing with her Tourette's and fighting it and making that her own, and not giving up, you know, and chasing her dream, to Debika, fighting an entire nation to bring back her children. Emotion of a mother to be separated from her little children. Um, it's catastrophic if you actually go to feel that how does she pass those many hours in a day without her children. It's very, very painful. To, of course, Michelle McNally in Black, uh, to have the challenges of not being able to see or hear or talk, you know, and to live with those challenges day in and day out, and to be able to motor through and go about your life. I think these characters have inspired me to be even more grateful in life. So I think these have been wonderful characters.
Yeah, Rani, you won several accolades for your performances, and deservedly so. But you've not been immune to criticism and rejections either. How have you channelized those into your strengths?
I think it's very important to understand criticism coming from a very constructive place, because people who criticize you are the people who are actually vouching for you, and you have affected them in a way that they want to criticize you. So you've made an impact, positively or negatively. And one needs to understand that through the criticism, through the they might not be able to articulate the criticism in a way that it might sound positive, but criticism always makes way for self-analysis. Looking at yourself and understanding where you could do better, where you could have gone wrong, and to kind of self-correct as well. Sometimes you need a reality check to come from somewhere for you to be able to understand that probably this is the area where you need to work on. So I think it is important, criticism, failures, because if you don't experience failures, you can't understand or appreciate the success that comes after. So I think both are equally important.
You spoke about Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway being one of your toughest roles. It won you a national award finally. Was it an unfulfilled wish that finally came true?
I think for an actor, an audience's love is, I would say, the most important, because till they don't give you a thumbs up, you can never say that you have been accepted. Having said that, I think as actors in the profession that we are, right now I'm on stage, it's very important to get acknowledged, um, get praised for your work. You want to see the effect on people. You want people to say that they have been affected by your performance. Um, the performance has moved them. Um, and when you get appreciated for your hard work and your performance, that I would say is something that we actors live for. When you hear the claps, when you hear the appreciation, those are things that you live for. We work so hard every day of our lives, and we perform and we try to excel in our craft only because we want the appreciation. So appreciation in terms of awards are also special. Appreciation in terms of box office is also special. Appreciation in terms of having a good review is also very important. So I think it's an amalgamation of everything.
Yeah, your conversation reveals that there is so much that has gone into the making of the icon that you are. For someone who did not want to act initially to becoming one of the finest actors of Indian cinema, it's I mean, people see the fame, the good side of stardom, but I'm sure there's a lot of hard work, there are a lot of sacrifices involved.
I think there is hard work in every profession that we do, whether it's in films, whether it's in business, whether it's in everyday jobs that people do, daily wage workers. I think hard work is there everywhere. So I think hard work should never be a criteria to, say that as an actor, I'm special because I do hard work. I have to do. That is part of my job. But I think what is important is not to give up, because, um, as actors, we are also kept on a pedestal, and then we are thrown from that pedestal as well. What is important is to keep striving, to keep doing your best work, to keep reinventing, to keep understanding what is working, what is not working, and continue to keep working, you know, and have those horses blinkers. And I'm also a horse in the Chinese calendar. So I'm very much like that. I always have my blinkers on and I'm always forging ahead. So yeah, so for me, hard work is not something that I would say needs to be discussed in a special way. I think hard work is a given. You have to work hard. Uh, so I just feel it's your passion that finally gets you through. Because if you're passionate about something, you might fail, but you'll want to again strive to come back and do your best. But if you are not passionate about the work that you're doing, then that could make you disillusioned because you're like, I don't love it also, I don't have the passion also, and then I'm failing also. Then to get back is much tougher. So if you have passion for your craft, for your work, then you'll keep reinventing and coming back.
So when did you realize that you belong to this industry? You didn't want to act. Your mother pushed you into acting.
I think I fell in love with cinema through the years. It's like, for me, it's been like an arranged marriage. So it was not love at first sight. It was not love marriage. It was arranged. And through the arrangement, I think I understood how beautiful a cinema is, how beautiful the craft of acting is, how beautiful it is when you are telling a story, and how you can move people with the storytelling, and how you can move people through your work. So I think I fell in love with my craft.
Rani, 30 years in the industry. You've literally seen the industry change over the years. I think from the time when you began, probably it was a simple setup with maybe one secretary, no contracts, no scripts, to what is a much larger ecosystem now. You have actors with entourages, there are vanity vans, there's social media, there is aggressive film promotion. How do you perceive this shift, this change?
I think change is constant, right? So I think the way to, I would say, conquer the world, or you have to go with time. You have to move with time. You have to change with time, and you have to adapt. You can't say that, okay, I don't belong from this time, and so I won't do it. It's not. You can't be rigid and arrogant about your time, or about the fact that you don't agree with certain things. Yes, there are things that you might have a boundary that, okay, this is as much as I can do. But at the same time, it's important to recognize how impactful, how powerful probably the social media platform is, and how it is making changes for the current generation, and how important it is for people to have a voice through social media. So I think there are the good parts and there are the bad parts. Also about the changing trends of how you said about the other things that come with today's actors. I think I think it is how it is. You can't sit and change things. You have to adjust and accept and move on. And I always say that in our industry, it's so there is no rule anywhere. So if you don't want to follow it, you don't have to. It's not a school. You can do what you want to do, and you can accept what you want, and you can reject what you don't. So it's also a matter of choice. What is the choice that you're making? Are you trying to make your life more complicated, or you want to just be simple and work your way up simply?
One thing that hasn't changed though is your respect for your privacy. You're still not on social media. You make very few public appearances. Do you prefer being low key and let your work do the talking?
I think as an actor, that's what my job is, to make my work talk. I think people are interested to see what I do on screen. Am I good with the character that I played? I think beyond that, I don't know why would they want to know what I'm doing in my personal life. I would not want to know about anybody's personal life. So I put that logic into my head, and I feel that what is important is they want to see me on screen, they want to see my craft, my work. Beyond that, I feel, there are certain things that I'm not comfortable sharing. And that's a personal choice, not because I'm against anything or not, but it's something that the way I've probably grown up to have those boundaries. Uh, so maybe I'm not comfortable, but that's today. Tomorrow it might shift, it might change. I might just make my debut on social media. Who knows? As they say, never say never.
We look forward to that. Uh, but as you said, people look forward to your performances. And right now, what is being discussed is what you've done in Mardani 3. What does it feel to headline such a film and bring such characters to light?
For me, I find it extremely empowering. I feel extremely, I would say, um, I feel it's it's so heartening to see that people have actually gone and watched my movie on screen, and made it such a resounding success. The fact that they want to go and see a film that does not have the trappings of, say, a so-called commercial film with songs or with comedy, or anything that is the format of what they would call it to be a commercial film. But Mardani as a film is all heart. It is about empowering women. It is about a lady, Shivani Shivaji Roy, a cop, who represents the millions and the brilliant cops that we have in our country, women cops, who are tirelessly working day in and day out, and the kind of work that they do. And it's literally like a salute to the women police force, who are not celebrated as much as they need to be celebrated. And through Shivani Shivaji Roy, I get an opportunity to play one of them and to portray their life on screen, which is very, very difficult. And with that, bringing about stories of all the problems that probably little girls, young girls, women are facing in society today, uh, and making people aware of those problems, which is very, very important. Sometimes we want to live in a cushioned world, and we want to feel that everything is hunky-dory, and you don't want to see the realities. But today, unfortunately, the way the world has become, you have to be aware of what's going on, and you have to be ready to be able to protect yourself. I think that is very important.
And Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway, your first national award. What was your initial reaction, the first reaction when you got to know that you won it? And how did it feel to receive it?
I think my first reaction was I thought of my dad, because while my dad was alive, he was very, very, I would say, heartbroken when I didn't win for a particular film of mine, which is Black. And throughout his life, till the time he lived, he always wished that for me. And when I got to know that I won it, I think he was the first person I thought of, who would probably have jumped with joy. But I saw that in my mother. She just had tears rolling down because she thought about my dad as well. So yeah, it was a beautiful moment because I was incidentally in the same place where my dad passed. And I really felt surreal, I would say, a kind of a connection or a blessing, sort of, because my mom, my bhabi, they were all there with me. So yeah, it was really truly special to know that my work has been appreciated for a film that was so close to my heart.
How did you prepare for that role? It was so tough. It was so tough.
So we shot in during COVID, and we were in a bubble in Tallinn. And my daughter was 4 years old, and she had to do homeschooling. So all I remember during Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway was that I used to leave for work in the morning at 6, and she had to be in front of the computer at 6 o'clock, because in Bombay it used to be 9 in the morning, and in Tallinn the time was 6. So we both used to wake up at 5:30. I used to go to shoot. She used to start her homeschooling, and we both, mother and daughter, battled through it. And it was amazing because these are the stories that will remain with me forever in my heart. what happens during the shoot of a film, the challenges that we face. And my husband was away in Bombay. He was obviously not with us. So I somewhere feel that as a family, they have um, stood by me. They have helped me navigate through my career and my craft. And yeah, so my memories are of shooting with these wonderful Estonian actors, technicians, crew in Estonia, in Tallinn. All the wonderful people who traveled from Calcutta, the um, actors and technicians from Bombay. And all of us wanted to make this film very special because it was a very, very important story to be told. So I think we all were equally geared to make a really, really good film, which should touch the audiences and make an impact on the audience's heart. And it eventually did. So I have very, very fond memories of my time in Tallinn with my daughter, with my crew. Walking about in Old Town in Tallinn, showing her how things were 300-400 years back in Europe. So it was nice, to be there and see Adhira's journey as well, my journey as well. So yeah, these are going to be memories for me which will last forever.
Rani, you're an icon of excellence. Millions look up to you as their role model. Many people want to join the industry. Not everybody succeeds. What is your advice to people who want to enter the film industry?
I think my only advice to people who want to join the industry should be that they should join the industry if they really love the craft. I think a lot of people are confused with the glamour that associates itself with the profession, the recognition, the fame. I think it's important to really enter the industry if you really, really are somebody who loves the craft of filmmaking, if you really love being part of this profession, which is very hard at times, but you power through it because you love it. And there is going to be rejection, failure, and success. And it's important to go through all three things with dignity and with uh, and grace, because if you crumble, this place is not for you. It's not for the faint-hearted.
Yeah. Did you ever feel like quitting at any point of time?
I, by nature, am not a quitter because I'm an Aryan and I'm a firebrand and I like a go-getter. So quitting is not really in my dictionary per se. As a woman, as a person, right from childhood, I've always been a go-getter. I've not been a quitter. So no, so quitting is not, it's a very harsh word because it's an extreme. But yeah, there were days where I did think that it is difficult and how do I go about it? But I think I've had a lot of faith in the audience, in my work, in my craft, and in the honesty that I bring in to whatever I'm doing. So I always feel that it might be delayed, but it will be fine because it can't always be the same. Like if you're successful, it's not as if you're going to be successful always. So if you are failing, it's not as if you're going to be failing all the time. But you have to keep working. You have to keep striving for that brilliance that you can bring in to your capacity, and then keep hoping for the best.
What is your mindset during these times? How do you come out of it? It's not easy, I'm sure.
Of course, it's not easy, but I think it's important. And that's where I say that passion comes into the play. So if you are passionate about your craft, you'll want to better it. You'll want to keep holding on to it. It's like आपको मीठा पसंद है तो आप मीठा खाना छोड़ नहीं देंगे ना अगर घर पे कोई बनाएगा नहीं, आप बाहर जाके आप खरीद ही लोगे, or you'll try and do something, you learn skill to make a rasgulla or a mithai or a cake. So I think it's just about that. It's like, how much are you willing to um, work towards rebuilding something that you feel has come to a end?
30 years in the industry, what are your learnings from this entire journey?
My learnings have been see people want to excel every second of being on that set. You know, the madness that we have behind each shot, you know, the kind of attention to detail, whether it's the light guy, whether it's the cameraman, whether it's the director, whether it's the actors, whether it's the costume, hair, makeup, everybody's focus is how to get that one shot right. And I think that madness is what drives us. And that's my learning, that we continuously keep wanting to better and better ourselves. And we are absolutely, I would say, obsessed with wanting to get things right. And that's what I feel. The learning is to never give up that love for getting every shot right. I think the day I lose the passion to get that shot right, I think that's the day that I would say quits.
Is there a performance where you feel that you got it entirely right?
I think as actors, we are not people who should decide that for ourselves. I think it's always the director who is the first audience, who is the person who decides whether you've done a good shot or is the shot good enough for him to say okay and move on. So it's very important that the director feels that you have given the best, and it's his decision. And then, of course, it's an audience who decides whether you've done good work or no.
Rani, the one grievance that fans have against you is that we don't get to see you enough on the big screen. You are very selective. I know your family takes precedence, but you like to balance it out with.
No, it's not that. It's not as if the family takes precedence or my personal life takes precedence. I think my career and my work is equally important to me, if not more. I think for a woman, it's very important. Her own personality, her own career is very, very important. And this is, my career has made me who I am. So I would not say that I don't do a film because I want to give more importance to something else. I think I don't do a film is because something is not exciting enough for me to be wanting to do it. And I never want to just do films for the sake of doing films. So yeah, it's important for me to be excited with a project, and believe you me, if I'm excited, I would work even more often.
So will we get to see more of you on the big screen now?
Absolutely.
Rani, it was your birthday 3 days ago, and I think all the fans must be happy with this gift that you've given all of them by saying that we are going to see more of you and you're going to do
Absolutely.
more films. Rani, you're an absolute superstar and an actor par brilliance. But above all, you're a picture of grace, an epitome of humility, and someone who's dignified in everything that she does. No wonder you're called the Queen of Hearts. Thank you so
Kunal.
much for your time
Thank
and
you.
this conversation.
Thank you
We
for
wish
your
you all the
kindness.
best.
Thank you. Thank you.
Rani, thank you so much for such a candid conversation. It was wonderful listening to you. And all of us, I think, have seen all movies of yours. And the latest installment of Mardani, I think, is coming soon on Netflix. So we look forward to that as well. Huge round of applause for Rani Mukherjee. So now we are going to mix things up a little bit. We've heard from people on stage, but what's the Josh like? How's the Josh like in the room among the audience? So some bouncers, some googlies. Let me go to my favorite category of businessmen, which are usually the founders and startups. Piyush, what's up? How have you been?
Great, great.
What's keeping you busy these days? What are you enjoying about work?
AI all along, and then we're launching these smart glasses next week. So a lot of work.
Harsh, the co-founder of Grow, how's your blood pressure coping with the ups and downs of the markets?
Yeah, ups and downs are part of the market and it's good for our business. So in general,
So does one become a bull, bear? What does one become? Stay bullish, stay bearish, stay neutral?
so we are a tech platform. And Chandra, you always ask me about the market and I keep saying that we are a tech platform. You know, we offer buying and selling both, investing and redemption both, right? So yeah, there are better people out here who can tell you the market view. I can tell, I mean, whichever way it goes long term, it's always bullish.
Mr. Manian, and a different setting for you somewhat, a mix of corporate titans, a mix of Bollywood and acting. What did you like the most about this evening?
Bollywood. Yeah.
Great. We will be listening to more from our winners, from our audience. But Nigel, I believe we have a very special guest in the house.
Well, that's right. To present the next set of awards, it's our privilege to welcome the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra in just a bit, who will be coming in, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. He'll be taking the stage very, very shortly, so just hold on. In a few minutes from now, Mr. Fadnavis will be coming on stage.
Great. So we are just going to wait for Mr. Fadnavis to come up on stage. But Nigel, I need 1 more minute for a few more questions, because we also have some who have come from Bengaluru, and that's Mr. Ajit Isaac, Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. So I believe RCB has been sold to a consortium. Are you looking forward to the next edition of IPL?
Absolutely. I think we'll win again.
Great. Okay, the CM is in the house. Nigel.
Well, that's right. Please put your hands together to welcome the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Mr. Devendra Fadnavis. Welcoming him on the stage, a leader who has been closely shaping one of India's most dynamic economic engines. I would also request Mr. KVS Manian, the MD and CEO of Federal Bank, to join him on stage to present the awards.
A huge round of applause for the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji. Thank you, sir, for gracing the 15th edition of the Forbes India Leadership Awards. Good evening, sir. Welcome to Forbes India Leadership Awards, the 15th edition. I would request everyone to please step back, because it's now time to present the next Forbes India Icon of Excellence to the one who's the only actor in filmfare industry to win Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress in the same year for two vastly different performances in two diverse films. She recently won a national award for Mrs. Chatterjee versus Norway, a film that required her to carry an emotionally devastating story with no room for error.
Well, and you all have guessed it right. The Forbes India Icon of Excellence Award goes to none other than Rani Mukherjee. Please join your hands. Please put your hands together.
Hearty congratulations, Rani. I'm sure the audience, all of us would love to hear a few words from you.
Good evening, everybody. Hello, sir. I want to take this opportunity to sincerely thank Forbes India for honoring me with this prestigious Icon of Excellence Award. I'm truly grateful and deeply humbled by this recognition. Being honored with the Icon of Excellence is not just an award, it is an emotion that I will cherish deeply. This would not have been possible without all the incredible people who have been a part of my journey over the years, and I carry their contribution with immense gratitude in my heart. I would also like to thank all my fans and well-wishers from around the world for the immense love and support they have shown throughout my journey, and for my most recent outing, Mardani 3, making it a resounding box office success. It is your encouragement and belief in my work that keeps me pushing the envelope and striving to do better with every film. This award feels like a beautiful validation of my celluloid journey that began over 30 years ago, one that was rooted in passion, courage, and an unwavering belief in the power of storytelling. As an actor, I constantly strive to entertain, tell meaningful stories, and push boundaries through characters that inspire me personally. This recognition is especially meaningful because it tells me that audience and my fans are connecting with, discussing, engaging, and embracing the kind of cinema I believe in and represent. Thank you once again, sir, for giving me this award. Thank you, Forbes India. And thank you, all of you all, for being here today. Thank you and have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Well, moving on to our next award is for Grassroots Philanthropist.
Now, philanthropy in India has two registers: CSR compliance and a genuine personal bet. This category is for the second kind, people who have committed not just money, but time, expertise, and a significant portion of their personal wealth to a cause beyond any mandate, beyond any naming right.
Well, in this year's Grassroots Philanthropist recognition, powered by Federal Bank, goes to individuals whose giving reflects long-term institution building, not just one-off gestures.
Now, the duo we are talking about have put their wealth into things that India mostly underfunds, be it public policy, palliative care, pediatric medicine. The Forbes India Grassroots Philanthropist 2026 are Ajit Isaac, founder trustee, Ajit Isaac Foundation, and Sarah Isaac, trustee, Ajit Isaac Foundation. Please welcome them on stage with a huge round of applause. Hearty congratulations, Mr. Ajit Isaac and Ms. Sarah Isaac. More power to you. Huge round of applause, please.
Well, moving to our next winner then, in this category, has made a significant contribution in advancing brain research, backed by sustained philanthropic investment and a long-term commitment to scientific discovery.
And the Forbes India Grassroots Philanthropist 2026 goes to Chris Gopalakrishnan, co-founder Infosys and chairman Axelor Ventures. Let's welcome Chris with a huge round of applause. Well, it's a big day for Bengaluru. First the RCB sale, and then you have two industrialists from there coming here. Huge round of applause.
Three individuals, one common conviction. That's the most important thing. Giving is that kind that builds something that outlasts you. Congratulations, and thank you all for being with us this evening. Well, moving on then, we now come to the next award for the Turnaround Star. A turnaround is one of the hardest things to execute in various businesses. It demands a clear diagnosis of what broke the discipline to walk away from what no one wants to walk, and the conviction to rebuild from a weaker position that one you started with. Most companies in that situation do not recover. The ones that do are worth paying attention to.
Well, who are we talking about? This is a company that has quietly rebuilt momentum, strengthening its core business, sharpening its product focus, and delivering a disciplined return to growth. Doing so while staying true to its engineering legacy and repositioning itself for a more competitive market.
Well, the Forbes India Turnaround Star 2026 goes to Force Motors. Please welcome onto the stage Mr. Prasann Firodia, the Managing Director of Force Motors.
Congratulations, Mr. Prasan Firodia.
Well, our next category is the Gen X entrepreneur. Inheriting a family business is one thing, building something new within it considerably harder. This award goes to the next generation leader who has not simply managed the legacy, they have extended it into new territory.
Now, consumer and MSME lending is a part of Indian credit that formal finance has always found easiest to ignore. But this person decided that that was the opportunity, not the obstacle. He took a largely dormant entity and built it into a lender with 46,000 crore in loan assets and a net worth crossing 8,300 crore. The son of late Raman Kant Munjal has not preserved a legacy. He continues to build it and has been adding much more to it.
Well, the Forbes India Gen X Entrepreneur 2026 goes to Mr. Abhimanyu Munjal, the MD, Hero FinCorp. Please welcome him on stage. Congratulations. Well, congratulations, Mr. Munjal, and we look forward to the listing sometime during this year.
Thank you, Mr. Manian, for presenting the first set of awards. Fadnavas ji, we would request you to stay back on stage for the next set of awards.
So let's move on to the next category then, the Forbes India Editor's Lifetime Achievement Award. It is not given to a year or to a single decision. It goes to a body of work, to someone whose contribution to Indian institutions, markets, or public life has accumulated into something that demands a different kind of recognition entirely.
Well, our winner has spent 14 years at BSE, the stock exchange. He transformed from a lagging institution into one of the world's largest exchanges by market cap and listed companies. He moved on to NSE as its CEO in 2022.
But the recognition tonight is not for a single institution or a single tenure. It is for sustained, patient work of building the infrastructure through the Indian capital markets function, the systems, the regulations, the trust that millions of investors and companies depend on without ever knowing his name.
Well, the Forbes India Editor's Lifetime Achievement Award 2026 goes to Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, MD and CEO NSE. Please welcome him on stage with a huge round of applause. Mr. Chauhan, if you
Mr.
could
Chauhan,
give
we
us a short
request you to please.
acceptance.
Check.
It's a good evening, sir. Thank you. And thank you to editors of Forbes, the jury. It's an honor. It's just that I came back to NSE in 22, but I signed up in 1992. And I ran it for first 8 years. I set up Nifty. And so it has been a long journey in stock markets, but also I set up Mumbai Indians and cellular telephony company, the largest, the precursor to that, and the retail and many other industries I have been part of. I have been singularly lucky to be there in the right place, right time, 35 years. Whenever India did something, I was there in the middle. And I'm back to NSE. Thank you very much for all the love and affection.
Well, all the very best for the NSE IPO, sir. That's something that everyone is looking forward to. But moving on.
Sir, the NSE IPO?
No, it's on. So come and invest whenever it comes out.
Thanks a lot for that.
Well, moving on, we have the Forbes India Startup of the Year, which recognizes an enterprise that has moved past the early questions. Is there a product? Is there a market? Can it sustain itself? And answer them decisively. Because this is a company whose business model, growth trajectory, and market position are no longer in question. The only question is how large it gets.
Well, the company's entire bet was on one person, the Indian who wanted to invest, but found everything every existing platform either too complicated or too expensive as well. That person turned out to be 19 million people. This startup is now India's largest stockbroker by active clients. Over 2.7 lakh crore in customer assets. It did not exist 15 years ago. The incumbents did. That is the only context this award notes.
Well, the Forbes India Startup of the Year 2026 goes to Grow. Please welcome on stage Harsh Jain, the co-founder and COO of Grow. Grow, as we all know, has made the transition from Startup Street to Dalal Street. Harsh, a few words. Don't worry, we won't ask you about market kis direction mein jayega.
To Forbes and the jury, on behalf of my co-founders and the team back, I'm really grateful for the recognition of Grow. And in fact, it's so amazing to share the stage with wonderful people. And in the last couple of hours, we saw really industry leaders, veterans, and in fact, across the industries. So truly humbled, and thank you so much for the recognition.
Harsh, the broking business has done well. If you could very quickly tell us which is the next segment that you want to go in there, penetrate, and conquer.
So it's not really a next segment. We are here to help India build wealth. And we started with retail investors. Now we are seeing that a lot of our investors are emerging into HNI segment. And with that, we also need to evolve to be able to serve to them. So wealth management, serving relatively HNI customers is the next foray that Grow is getting into now.
I'll take that answer today. Congratulations and have a good evening.
Right. We now move on to our next award, the Entrepreneur of the Year.
Well, the recognition goes to an entrepreneur who has demonstrated something specific. The ability to build a business that compounds, where each year's bet creates the platform for a larger bet the following year, where the business being built today is unrecognizable from what was announced in year one, but entirely consistent with the logic that it started.
The winning company began with one thesis, that eyewear retail in India was broken and a better model would fix it. That thesis was correct, but what the jury is recognizing tonight is what came after. Over 2,700 stores globally, revenue crossing 7,000 crore, nearly 40% from international markets. And for the first time, a profitable year at a price point critics said was impossible. Not the founding story, but what was built after it.
The Forbes India Entrepreneur of the Year 2026 is Piyush Bansal, the co-founder and CEO of Lenskart. Please put your hands together for Piyush. Well, please put your hands together for Piyush. Listed the company this year, and what a listing. Plenty of debate prior to the listing, but I think your stand is vindicated post the listing because the stock price is way above the IPO price.
Well, we have to keep, firstly, thank you. This is very kind. Look, we have to keep doing our work. You know, if I can tell you, the whole of last year didn't feel like Entrepreneur of the Year. most days it felt like, just don't mess things again tomorrow. And look, I think building a business is mostly not so glamorous. We celebrate outcomes, but what goes behind is a lot of small things that you keep doing. I remember post-listing and pre-listing, there was a customer who was really angry at Lenskart about almost maybe 10 years back, and I had called him to apologize. And he said one thing to me very simply, which has stayed with me for the last 10 years. He just told me, this is okay, just make sure you get the next one better. Great. And I think this is what we do every day. And that's what we have done post-listing.
Congratulations.
Great. Thank you so much. Yeah, and now we move on to the last and most awaited award of the year. Now, this looks at the complete picture: strategy, execution, capital allocation, people decisions, and critically performance, not in easy years, but in years where the conditions were actively difficult. A strong environment lifts many boats. The jury is not recognizing boats that were lifted, it's recognizing the decisions that mattered when the current was against them.
When he became the MD and CEO of this group in April 2021, the company was seen as a bruised blue chip in need of sharper focus. What followed was a structural overhaul. Non-core ventures were pared back, the group doubled down on SUVs, and the EV bet was made early, and each subsidiary was given a clear mandate. Since then, the group has delivered a strong operational and market re-rating.
Well, the Forbes India CEO of the Year 2026 goes to Anish Shah, the Group CEO and Managing Director, Mahindra & Mahindra. Mr. Shah also serves tonight as our jury chair. He was, of course, not part of the deliberation for this category. This recognition is entirely the jury's decision, and it was unanimous. Thank you very much also to the Chief Minister, who's been patiently standing by giving all the awards. Mr. Shah, a few words.
Thank you, Shri Fadnavis ji, Forbes, and the jury for this very prestigious award. Many years ago, a mentor of mine told me, "You're only as good as your team." Today, we have 24 leaders from the Mahindra Group in the audience. I would request them to stand and jointly accept this award. On behalf of the 350,000 associates at the Mahindra Group, it is their hard work and dedication that has enabled us to deliver all the results that you very kindly mentioned. The reason I stand here today is Anand Mahindra. Anand, I'd like to thank you for your mentorship and guidance throughout the way. You've given this amazing platform, and it is my privilege to take forward the purpose-led legacy of the Mahindra Group. While this is an award for the CEO of the year, it's taken me a lifetime to get here. My parents taught me how to fly and gave me wings. My wife Snehal taught me the importance of roots. She's a professor in leadership and organization behavior. And yes, I've had many lectures along the way. But those have taught me how to be a good leader. Our boys taught me how to get control, because the only way to get control is to give up control. And finally, and importantly, to a few special people, my mentors who've shaped me along the way, and my friends who've held my hand along the way. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Fadnavis, we're going to request you to stay on stage, but we've had the privilege of having the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra throughout these recognitions this evening. So thank you for taking time to be with us and patiently presenting each of these honors. It's meant a great deal, I'm sure, to all the winners tonight. But the action doesn't end there, because how can we not have an evening without hearing from the Chief Minister himself? And there's so much to discuss, about an exciting state like Maharashtra. So thank you very much, sir, for staying on. We request you to join us for a fireside conversation. And I'm going to request Bodhisattva Ganguly, Group Consulting Editor, Network 18, to join us on stage for this very special conversation with the Honorable Chief Minister, Shri Devendra Fadnavis. A huge round of applause.
So thank you, Devendraji. Thank you for taking out time. I know you had a busy day in the assembly. I think it's appropriate that the Dhurandhars of Indian business should be recognized by the man who is doing a lot to make it easier to do business and is trying to make Maharashtra, which is of course the biggest contributor in terms of GDP, and is trying to make it easier to do business, that he should present the awards. But I'll start with a slightly out of syllabus question. ये देवेंद्र जी, ये इलेक्शन का सीजन है, चुनाव का माहौल है, आप भाजपा का स्टार कैंपेनर है, तो ये जो 5 जो स्टेट्स में इलेक्शन होने जा रहा है, what is your estimate? Because BJP has traditionally not won elections, not very strong in these states, except of course Assam, which is.
नहीं, बिल्कुल आपने जो कहा, आई थिंक ये जो चुनाव है ये इट्स गोइंग टू चेंज द हिस्ट्री, और स्पेशली आई एम वेरी होपफुल दिस टाइम इन बंगाल, और मुझे लगता है कि इवन इन तमिलनाडु विल डू ग्रेट. असम तो खैर सभी को पता है कि हम लोग जीतेंगे, पर बंगाल और तमिलनाडु ये बहुत अच्छा हम करेंगे. और केरल में एक बहुत ही अच्छे अल्टरनेटिव के रूप में हम लोग आज उभर रहे हैं. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये चुनाव शायद पिछले कई चुनाव से अलग इस प्रकार का रिजल्ट होगा.
So another question, Devendra ji, which is also very topical. You have the war going on right now. Prime Minister spoken in the Rajya Sabha today and Lok Sabha yesterday. From your vantage point as Chief Minister, what are you seeing the impact of the war?
See, of course, today with this war, the supply lines are disrupted, and it is going to have some impact on all the businesses. But having said that, the diversification of supply lines done by the government under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi is actually making us stand out. Because if you look at all the countries which are our neighboring countries, they are almost at the verge of shutting. But India is doing well. We are managing. And I think the Prime Minister has a strategy to, sustain in this war-like situation, because the war is happening there, but for us, it's a war-like situation. And hopefully, I think we should sail through. We should be able to sail through.
Yeah. Hopefully, we will have a ceasefire soon. Let's see. Of course, depends on Mr. Trump and his. Yeah.
No, I was reading somewhere that
what is going to happen on Truth Social. I think we are.
Yeah. That will happen. So I was actually, it is a situation where, you cannot comment on war, because it is said that even those who have waged the war do not know what is their strategy. So how can you tell what is the strategy?
Yeah, I think it is showing that it's easy to start a war, but very difficult perhaps to end one. Okay, let me shift to the various questions that were prepared, on the economy. So Maharashtra, a contribution to India's GDP is about 14-15%. It is the leader in FDI. But it is also facing significant challenges, let's say from states like your neighboring state, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka. So what is the X factor in Maharashtra? What is the X factor jiske wajah se companies should come to Maharashtra? Both Indian.
I'll tell you 2-3 things. Of course, there was a time when there were only 2-3 states which were competing, like Maharashtra was there, Gujarat was there, Tamil Nadu was there. Today, there are at least 10 states which are competing and which are fairly doing well. And I think that is good for our country. So we believe in competitive federalism, and our Prime Minister believes in competitive federalism. Having said that, I would say that Maharashtra stands out because, as you have rightly said, that it has a manufacturing prowess. It has been the leader in manufacturing sector for a long time. We are continuing to do that. We are fintech capital. We are startup capital. Now, you know that, if you look at the Startup India report, out of all startups that are existent in India, we account for the largest number. So we are the startup capital. Just to emphasize that, many times people say Bangalore is a startup capital, Hyderabad is a startup capital. So to them, I would like to tell them that no, Maharashtra is a startup capital by absolute numbers and also by absolute investment, not just by numbers. We also account for, largest number of unicorns. And I think we stand out in terms of, the entire ecosystem which is created. See, we have best of the human resource, we have best of the engineers, we have best of the technocrats. Technology wise, we are much ahead. There is a very good work culture. I mean, look at the work culture in Maharashtra. People mean business here, and we, I mean, as a government, we have we are trying to bring a lot of ease of doing business, because we understand that ease of doing business and cost of doing business are two things which, if the government works more, then investments are going to come. And that is why I think we have such a great ecosystem. We have many plug and play parks where actually we are immediately giving land to the people. So there are cases where we have closed deals in 24 hours, 36 hours, have allotted land, have given them offer letters. And I think this work culture, this ecosystem is something which is our X factor.
In fact, Maharashtra, I think, has emerged as a major center for the data center industry. It is I think Navi Mumbai is emerging as a major hub of data centers and all that.
Absolutely. I think now we are the data center capital of India. And right now, the data center capacity, which is actually working capacity, which is created in India, is about 1.5 gigawatt. Out of that, more than 1 gigawatt sits in the state of Maharashtra. And today, huge investments in data center are coming to Maharashtra. We have closed deals worth 8 lakh crores and about 9 gigawatts of data center capacity. And let me tell you now, everybody is competing to bring the investments in data center. But the biggest thing for data center is power. And Maharashtra is one state which is right now power surplus. We have actually implemented our plan for resource adequacy in energy sector. We have plans of being energy surplus in 2030, in 2035. We have accounted for all the energies that will go into data center. And at the same time, we are also going through energy transition. So by 2030, in fact, we will be 52% renewable. By 2035, we'll be 65% renewable. And I must tell you that, let's say, our assessment is that this new Mumbai, Thane, and all this area, which is now our data center hub, will require 5,000 megawatt, 5 gigawatt power in, let's say, next 5 years. We are ready. We are ready with it. And even I know that people at some point of time will ask for green power. We are also ready with the green power. So I think we are the only state which can actually fulfill the power demand for data center. Others are signing, but they don't have power.
But one sector where perhaps Maharashtra has not done so well is semiconductors. You have big investments in Gujarat, to some extent in Noida, Assam. When can we expect to see a semiconductor facility in Maharashtra? It has become some kind of a prestige.
Let me tell you, see, when we look at the semiconductor investments and fab investments, mostly we look at, the industries which have come out of India semiconductor policy. We have not been very fortunate to have something from India semiconductor policy.
Right.
But look at the private sector. Now Maharashtra is leader in OSAT and ATMP. The huge ecosystem of OSAT and ATMP is created in Maharashtra. The companies like RRP, what they have created is the best in India. And this capacity is actually enhancing at a pace where we'll be leader. So I think, as you know, that ATMP and OSAT is one of the most important process in semiconductor ecosystem. That process we have championed in Maharashtra. And soon, in fact, we have already entered into a MOU with Tower Semiconductor, whereby they will be investing around 83,000 crore in a fab facility. They have not started as yet, but land is identified. We have entered into MOU. So soon that facility will also come in state of Maharashtra.
So let me just shift to the softer side. I think one of your ek bada initiative is India's orange economy, which is focusing on the creative industries, on culture and digital content. What kind of investments are you expecting there?
So I think Maharashtra was perhaps the first state to have AVGC XR policy in 2017. And now we are in the second phase of our AVGC XR policy. And I mean, we are a very natural ecosystem for creators economy. And today you can see that that is happening. In fact, I'm very happy that the government of India chose us to host Waves, which has been our flagship program in this sector.
Right.
And after Waves, we are experiencing huge, investments in this sector, and especially the Indian Institute of Creative Technology, which is a flagship program of Government of India, which is perhaps the IIT in the creators economy sector, that has been started in Mumbai, and soon we will have a campus in Film City. That campus we have already started building. This will actually formalize the entire human resource that we have to create. And I think recently, 2 days back, we also hosted esports, the World Championship of esports. And there also, I think, huge opportunities have come. The creators were assembled. So in our policy, we are creating hub and spoke model, whereby this Indian Institute of Creative Technology will be our hub. And we are actually creating, 12 regional hubs, which will act like spokes under this. And there, the entire ecosystem for AVGC XR, including the infrastructure which is required, will be available, so that we'll be able to leverage that infrastructure and will be able to provide the ecosystem for the orange economy.
Okay, I'm being asked to wind up. So just one or two last questions. So Maharashtra is seeing a very major infrastructure development that's visible in Mumbai with the coastal road, etc. There is the Vadhavan port, which is coming up. What are the big initiatives going forward in infrastructure in Maharashtra?
So as you have rightly said, I think the biggest thing that has happened to Maharashtra and India is Vadhavan port. Because you see, for last 30 years, our maritime power has been the JNPT port. It accounts for 55% of our container traffic. But even with the enhanced capacity, there is no space available in JNPT. Now this Vadhavan is one port which is 3 times bigger than JNPT. And the best thing about Vadhavan is that it has a 20 meters natural deep draft. It is going to be India's largest port. From day one, it will be amongst world's 10 big ports. So for the first time, we are entering into the league of first world ports. And with this port, I think that we will play a major role in the maritime economy. We are also creating huge opportunities leveraging this port. The port-led economy should be, created in every corner. So we have Samruddhi Highway. From Samruddhi Highway, we are connecting, the JNPT we have already connected. Right. Now we are also connecting the Vadhavan port with the Samruddhi Highway. And with this, I think around 25 districts will have direct access to Vadhavan port. And, the goods movement will happen in at the most 8 hours or 10 hours from around 20 districts to the Vadhavan port. So that will give advantage to every part of Maharashtra to be part of this port-led development. And again, as we have built this Atal Setu, and between Atal Setu and the new Mumbai airport, now we are building the third Mumbai. Likewise, we are building the fourth Mumbai near Vadhavan port. And this Vadhavan port will be highly connected in a sense that now our coastal road is reaching Bhayandar. From Bhayandar to Virar, we are starting a new coastal road 40 kilometers. So, and this coastal road will go to Vadhavan. And Mumbai's third airport will come near Vadhavan. So it will come between Virar and Vadhavan. We have already, it will be India's first offshore airport. We have already done the survey and it has come feasible. So soon we'll do the formalities and then we'll announce this airport. So I think it is opening huge opportunities in Maharashtra. And again, it's not just for Maharashtra, but for India, because Maharashtra is growth engine. I mean, you know that recently I presented the budget, and in the budget speech I told that the Maharashtra's economy now is 660 billion. And with 660 billion economy, if Maharashtra would have been a separate nation, we would have been 30th economy of the world. Right. And now we are competing not just with states, but let me tell you, in next 2 years, we will surpass the economy of UAE and Singapore. So that is our, strategy in Maharashtra. And I think for that, our strategy has always been, infrastructure-led growth, port-led development, and policy-led industrialization.
I think you should, I don't know whether you're benchmarking yourself with Vietnam or Indonesia, these kind of countries for, yes. I think you should be doing that. Okay, so just, just on last question, let me ask you, in historically in Maharashtra, there have been some issues, for example, with land acquisition and those kind of issues. For example, the Ratnagiri refinery project proposed by Saudi Aramco did not come up. Any progress on that? And generally on land acquisition, it has sometimes been difficult to acquire land in Maharashtra compared to some.
It is many times difficult, but let me tell you, Ratnagiri refinery is the only project where we have failed in land acquisition. Otherwise, in last 10 years, whatever projects we took, we could do all the projects with all land acquisition, and we have set a record. The Nagpur-Mumbai Samruddhi Expressway, 750 kilometer greenfield entire alignment, we could actually, get that entire alignment land in 9 months, just 9 months. And now for new Pune airport, have already started land acquisition, and 95% of the people have given us consent for acquisition. So acquisition has been problem, but our policy has been that we pay 5 times. We pay 4 times. So in most of the cases, I have not done acquisition. I have done consent award. But as you have rightly said, in Ratnagiri, we could not, we could convince people. We had, MOUs were 10,000 acres from people. But unfortunately, we could not convince the erstwhile partners, the erstwhile Shiv Sena under Uddhav Thackerji, and we had to cancel that, that particular area. And then we went for the new site. We are still struggling. Let me tell you very frankly that in the new site, we have such, historical and geographical and, monuments that, again, I mean, that site has come into, certain problems. But we are still hopeful that we'll be able to do it. But I think now is a time where we understand that if at right time we would have started the refinery at Ratnagiri, this would have been opportune time for that refinery.
Devendraji, one last question on politics. So in the last assembly elections, BJP was very close to winning a majority on its own with 130 seats. What is the aim for the next election? Will you need allies in 2029?
See, the aim for next election is again to win and come back to power, because so many projects we have started, and we've seen that for around 2.5 years when we were out of power, all projects were standstill, and there was huge cost overrun, time overrun, everything. So that is, and for that, I think, although as you have rightly told that now BJP is in a position where it is a biggest party on its own. We are near the majority mark. But I think we still believe that our friends are very important for us. They are very precious for us. So even in 2029, we will have our alliance and we'll go to the elections with our alliance partners.
Devendraji, thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
request you to stay on stage, and Chandra and Nigel will take this forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chief Minister Shri Devendra Fadnavis ji. Thank you very much for a scintillating conversation, Bodhi.
Well, we request our audience to please be seated. Dinner will be served in your seats, so please be seated.
And before we close the evening, we would like to specially thank our partners, presenting partner Federal Bank, driven by partner Kia Seltos, and our associate partner Reliance Industries Limited.
Well, congratulations once again to all our winners, and thank you all for being with us this evening.
15 editions on, that remains the purpose of Forbes India Leadership Awards, to recognize not the flash of a single year, but the quality of leadership over time. And with that, we bring the Forbes India Leadership Awards 2026 to a close. I'm going to request you all to please kindly be seated. Dinner will be served at the table. Thank you very much. you.